My bad. Can y'all hear me now? There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. No sound. You should be able to hear. Yep. Okay, good. All right. I apologize about all that. So yeah, here we are. Yep, that was my fault. My voice sound okay? I think I can turn it down on here actually. Here we go. Voice should sound better now. So, all right. So these are the things. Correct. You can't tag over here. There's a lot more better things. We'll talk about all that stuff later. But yeah, you said it's a low. I can turn it up. So, okay. Yeah, if you're hearing this now, press 1 if you're like, hey, your voice is good. Press 2 if it needs to be lower, or press 3 if it needs to go louder. Also, you want to make sure that you click on the live. All right, so a lot of ones. All right, let's move on with this. All right, so sorry, picking my desk up. So, all right. So lots of people are asking, hey, what was the deal about Stephen Hawking? And this is what was said about Stephen Hawking. In here, he's only mentioned twice. Now, video of Stephen Hawking, Bill Clinton, Ron Eppinger, Al Gore, Jeffrey Epstein, Alan whatever, and Maxwell were submitted. This is what number 6 points are. They say all photographs or videos containing any images of you and the following individuals. And that was turned over. So what were they? We do not know. We do not know. The second time that they were mentioned for Hawking's, this is what was said. It said, you can issue a reward to any of the Virginia's friends, acquaintances, families that come forward and help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner. In the new versions in the Virgin Islands, the Stephen Hawking's Patricia Tid in an underage orgy. That was what was dropped there. Again, if you were just now listening to this, the time is 9:49. So if you're now just hearing it, make sure that you click on live to get caught up to the, strongest point, because you may be back a little bit. So, So let's see. All right. The other thing that was mentioned, Andrews. Now, this is where I say it gets sick. On this, Prince Andrew's name is mentioned 67 times. Clinton's was mentioned 73 times. It says, so these are, questions asked, kind of briefing of what's to come. So, man, my cat will not stop. So see, it says, Johanna also testified that Prince Andrew sat with Virginia and Johanna and took a picture with a puppet in his image that had its hand and Prince Andrew's hand on their respective breast. Okay. That was that part. Let's see if there's anything else. There's weird things about this puppet. It has another one of recalling anything about a puppet or caricature of Prince Andrew in Epstein's home when Prince Andrew was there, including whether Miss Guffrey was sitting on Prince Andrew's lap with a puppet. So let's go on to the Q&As. Give me just a second. Hold on. All right, so sorry about that. All right, so this says, I came up and I saw Virginia, Jeffrey, Prince Andrew, and Maxwell in the room. And did you meet Prince Andrew at that time? Yes. And what happened next? At one point, Maxwell told me to come upstairs, and we went into the closet and pulled out the puppet of Prince Andrew and brought it down. And there was a little tag on the puppet that said Prince Andrew on it. And that's when I asked who he was. And did blank, so they actually left out. So sometimes ... means that they're thinking. But it's, yep, things were left out. So to me, I questioned if there's more than one name on here. So anyhow, it goes on, it says, and did blank, what did the puppet look like? It looked like him. And she brought it down and presented it to him. And that was a great joke because apparently it was a production form of a show on BBC, and they decided to take a picture with it in which Virginia and Andrew sat on a couch. They pulled the puppet of they put the puppet on Virginia's lap, and I sat on Andrew's lap, and they put the puppet's hands on Virginia's breast, and Andrew put his hand on my breast, and they took a photograph. Do you remember who took the photo? I do not recall. Do you ever see the photo after it was taken? I did not. And Miss Maxwell was present during the blank. Was Miss Maxwell present during that? Yes. What happened next? The next thing I remember is just being shown to which room I was going to be staying in. Question. When you exited the room that you were in, where the picture was taken, do you recall who remained in that room? Answer, I don't. Question, do you recall seeing Virginia exit that room? Answer, I do not. Question, during this trip to New York, did you have to perform any work when you were at the New York house? Now this is important. And there you go. Can't see it. Removed. Something that's very important to a lot of people. You don't see the answer to something that's very important, because here's the thing. A lot of people want to know what happened off of the island. Anyhow, going on to the next page, because we can't see the page in between it, it says, always covered himself with a towel. I believe I've asked this, but I just want to clarify to make sure what I did. Did Maxwell ever ask you to bring other girls over to blank for Jeffrey? Yes. Question, yes. She still said yes. And what did blank do? Did you do anything in response to that? Then she says, I brought a girl named blank. Now that is actually cut out. So that's probably a girl that is underage, and that's why her name's out. She said, I worked with her at a restaurant. No, that doesn't sound right, because if she worked at a restaurant, she's got to be old enough. So I wonder why her name would be withdrawn. And I recall Maxwell giving me money to bring her over. However, they never called her to come. And then I believe you mentioned that one of your physical fitness instructors, you brought a physical fitness instructor. Was that correct? She replied back, that's correct. And what did she do? She gave him a blank, like a training session, twice. Question, twice? Did anything sexual in nature happen during this session? Goodness gracious, the questions that are asked at this. At one point, he lifted up her shirt and exposed her bra, and she grabbed it and pulled it down. Anything else? That was the conversation that he had told her, that he had taken this girl's virginity, the girl by the pool. Talk about sick crap. Question, okay, did Maxwell ever say to you that it takes the pressure off of her to have other girls around? She implied that, yes. In what way? Sexually, is how she replied. Question, and earlier Laura asked, I believe if Maxwell ever asked you to perform any sexual acts, I believe your testimony was no. But then you also previously stated that during the camera incident that Maxwell had talked to you about no finishing the job. Did you understand not finishing the job meaning bringing Jeffrey to orgasm? Objection. Leading. Oh, I gotta love lawyers. All right. Let's see what else is mentioned about Andrew and his puppet. Also in this part, it said that Miss Guffrey's accounts concerning her being trafficked to Prince Andrew. To Prince Andrew. Crazy. Crazy. Again, if you are now just listening to this, you can click the live button and you can see the latest live. So yeah, you got to be cautious with ChatGPT. ChatGPT is really good, but you just got to be cautious, you know. I like doing a Control F on names. So a lot of people saying that they're getting kicked. How many people are in here right now? Was 370, now down to 155. There we go. Someone said they've been booted 3 times. Goodness gracious. I was warned, but so far I think I'm keeping it okay. Let's see what else was mentioned about Prince Andrew. So we already know Prince Andrew's in this puppet thing. So question was, any going on back to Prince Andrew's, any other than asking you to write whatever you remember about Prince Andrew, did she give you any other directions about what you should write? She was interested in two things, really: how Epstein got away with so many counts of child trafficking for sex, and how Prince Andrew was involved in it. Those were her two main inquiries. What did she ask you to write? She asked me to write about Prince Andrew. Did she tell you to put it in your own handwriting? No, she just asked me to write down what I can remember. Did you give her everything that you wrote? Did I give her the whole entire pages that I wrote? Yes. I wrote pages for her specifically in your handwriting, in my own handwriting. And what you wrote, yes. Goodness gracious, these questions that they ask. She was interested. We ran that. Let's see. Similarly, plaintiff was specifically asked for photographs for the plaintiff. We know about that, including of Prince Andrew with the puppet. But yeah, there's apparently videos out there that have Bill Clinton in there. But there's nothing about what those videos and stuff were. Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. There's phone records here as well. People's names. You got Prince Andrews. You got Bill Clinton again. Bill's name, by the way, in this is 73 times, and there is an eyewitness to her saying that that she was told that Bill likes them young. That's on page 142 of I forget what document, but yeah. Now, let me clear something up. This isn't like a list of just names of, yep, that person was there and this is what they did. This is a Q&A session. There never was a list. People just refer to this type of stuff as a list. Why? Because it sat here and said, did you do anything with Trump? No. Anything with Gore? No. Anything with this person? No. Type deal to where they were brought up. Now, why they were brought up, I don't know. I don't know why they were asked the questions, but they had to have been asked for good reasons. So, yeah, I'll get back to Hawkins' thing was about an orgy. So, I'll get back to it. So anyhow, back to Prince Andrew. You see right here, and the 17-year-old girl. His sex offender friend flew to Britain to meet him. New articles from the internet. Oh, that's from the internet. Okay. I'm sure there's... So the number one person that is probably mentioned in all of this, from what I see right now, is Prince Andrews. And deals with a puppet. Now this, so these are like news articles that was written. So that's why his name was mentioned a lot of times. All right, so let's go on to this. So Miss Eschjoberg never saw Miss Gumphrey give a massage to Miss Maxwell. Miss Eschberg was the defendant in Epstein when Miss Gumphrey was a minor child, and corroborates Miss Gumphrey's accounts concerning her being trafficked to Prince Andrews. Maxwell told you to give a massage to Andrew. That's correct. See, here's that blacked out name. Other than Glenn Dublin, Prince Andrew, Jen Luck Bonnell, Bill Richardson, and then it just goes missing. Another prince, the large hotel chain owner, Marvin McKenzie, is anyone else that Maxwell directed you to go have sex with. I'm definitely not sure there is, but can I remember everybody's name? No. So yeah, who is this name right here? I mean, you got to think about this for a second. They're releasing Prince Andrew's name. Who is more important than Prince Andrew? You know, you got Bill Clinton's name in here. No, there's definitely not no little black book. I mean, for me, I just it's Betty White. It's got to be someone like crazy powerful, or either someone that's a minor to why they're allowed to block it out. So those are reasons why you see names blacked out, is if they were an agent or they're underage. But I mean, if they're not even blacking out Prince Andrew's name, like, wow. So they see Bill Clinton's name. So yeah, I mean, I see y'all with y'all's guesses. To me, I just sit here and I say that a lot of names that you're mentioning, that I think they would be on this list if Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew's names are here. So, and that's a great point, Lori. None of them are underage now, and that's a good point. That's a fair point. So maybe it's an undercover agent. So, Trump is in here. Trump was, the Miss Gumphrey. She said no, that she never did anything sexual with Trump, that she never even given him a massage. So, I'll look in a minute what year this was. Let's see. I can get back there. What is this, 503? Let's see what year this was. Oh, come on. Man, so many pages. Stuff from 2013 in here, 2014, 2016. I don't know what year this whole entire thing was, but yeah. Definitely within the last 10 years is how it's looking from this. Yeah, this is sick stuff. So, all right, let's go on back to Andrews, finish up anything else. See, they talk about the photographs. Of that took place. Let's see, anything else? Yeah, whoever number 19 is where they were blacked out. And then those are media things that took place. Yeah, we already know that. The names there. Some helpful leakage. In today's Daily Mail print edition, Prince Andrew's sex slave accused 2 teen rapes 3 years joined Jeffrey Epstein. That's something that's there. Also, another thing says, mom told a detective about her daughter's past drug abuse and also how many kids in Royal Palm Beach are involved in drugs, witchcraft, animal sacrifice, according to a confidential report. Okay. Does that have anything to do? I mean, I get that that was an email to Maxwell. What was this other email? Okay, so these were photographed by CSI Pavlik and then videotaped by myself. The search was concluded by approximately 3:05 p.m. Okay, so this is some type of exhibit being brought up. So this talks about what they found. Evidence was a phone message book that was located near a house phone. North of the kitchen was an office room which contained a computer. The room had a closet that contained a locked gun locker. Bathroom and search. 2 massage tables were located in the closet, along with a photo of a nude female. From the waist up, see the property receipt for details. They went on and searched 2 bedrooms and their adjoining bathrooms, which were located on the 2nd floor on the east. They found adult sex toys called twin torpedoes. Soap made in the shape of a penis and a vagina were also found in these upstairs bedrooms. I searched the pool located on the south side. Photos were taken from the wall. That was included. I assisted in the search on the living quarters. Numerous CDs along with a message book was seized. Seized the property for details. Yeah, this is kind of where I guess it's a lot more spicy. November 1st, 2005, I was contacted by an attorney who advised he was willing to assist with the investigation. He would try to have his client, Jeffrey Epstein, available to be interviewed. Then this is a name that was blacked out. I contacted with blank at her residence. I left a business card for her to return my call. Upon returning to the police department, I had received a telephone call from blank. I returned her call and spoke with someone. She made arrangements to respond to the station to Palm Beach, Florida. Police station with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was allowed to sit in the lobby. So they took her down to the detective bureau interview room. She was at Jeffrey's house one time, who was dating her roommate to make some quick money. Was what a girl came up to her and said. She agreed to go to the house. She had been told by whoever that the massage would have to be done in her underwear. She advised Blank drove with her and brought her into the house. Walked into the kitchen area, blah, 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 blah. You get it. Sick stuff. She recalled she and Blank removed their clothing down to their panties. Trying to see if there's a name to this. They're definitely blanking out a name. Yeah, so they got a name here. I hate that they did this. This is, by the way, July 2006. Yeah, it's a lot of sick stuff. I knew it was going to get here eventually. They were paid $200, by the way. She received $200 for each girl that she brought. Additionally, was given $200 for taking her in the very beginning. I just want to know a name. I see a name, but I want to make sure I'm seeing it right. Stated that in his previous responsibility to keep the identity of the masseuses private. Okay, so this is one of his men working for him type deal. It isn't someone. And then an attorney. Talking about detectives, but nothing about name dropping so far. Yeah, this is just sadly talking about the situation that these girls went through. Stuff for me, I don't want to read. I don't want to know. I mean, I'm not afraid of it. I don't like reading sick stuff. Yeah, I don't see anything that states a name in here. Well, let's see. Exactly. Sorry. What's sad is that anyone is shocked what rocks have been under. So much of this issue has been out. Old court documents were released years ago. Yeah, like the flight documents were released. Some reason some people started throwing that back out. So, yeah, talking about the food thing. Yeah, I know I can't talk about that here. But yeah. It does give license plates, but it doesn't give the name. Oh man. This is a lot. A lot. Yeah, page 142. Is that what you're referring to with Clinton? Where the girl was told that he liked them young? So, okay, so all of this portion was released already. Okay. Let's see the next times that Andrew's name was mentioned. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is about, Andrews. In the paragraph, it describes that Andrew blank Virginia sat on the chair, and then Andrew sat on another chair, and you sat on his lap. That was an ejection. Then it was like, they asked again, they said, is that what it says? And then answer says, that is what it says. And that was back in 2007, by the way. The girl said, if I said that, I remember it that way. I'm just trying to remember whether we were on a couch or a chair. I just remember the boobs part, the hand on the boobs. And there was, stuff with the puppet bringing it down the stairs. They don't know if Andrew had met Virginia prior, because the girl says, I don't recall if they met before. And then this is where they start asking about a lot of names. Al Gore on the island. No. Did you see his wife? No. What is understanding of what the lawsuit we are here today is about? Then this goes on. It says that I know that Maxwell is calling Virginia a liar, and so Maxwell is suing Virginia. I'm sorry, strike that, reverse it. Okay. So Virginia is suing Maxwell for defamation. Gotcha. So that's what that was. Ugh. Man. Y'all ain't right. It was Miami Dolphins. When we'll release the new stuff. Yeah, this is just what they've released so far. Let me see if there's anything else. So that's been divulged. Where's this page at? So Rawls posted this right here, and I haven't seen that part about Trump. Is there another PDF I need to download somewhere? Give me a second. Let me search. Thank you, 2A. I appreciate you. Yeah, there. I am missing a chunk of it. I'm trying to find where it's at. Yeah, I agree. Nothing new. A lot of people knew this stuff. Yeah, 2A, if you wanted to put it in Discord. Yeah, so this is 943 pages, but there's definitely some stuff that I'm missing in this. I'll see if I can find it from another source. Thanks. Yeah, I'm looking. Everything else I'm seeing says 943 pages. Huh. Yeah, I see that, okay, what's this one? Okay, here we go. This is another one. Let's see if this has different stuff. Let's do Trump first. Yeah, this is the exact same type of stuff. I don't know where Rawls is getting that one thing. Yep, so this is definitely, you know, here I'll show you. It's 944 pages. Yeah. But there's gotta be. You got people with the still posting other. I'm starting to think that stuff like this isn't true. I feel that, like, even though it doesn't say anything bad about Trump, I'm thinking that people are making have false things out there. That's just my feeling. I feel that there's a lot of false things taking place. Yeah, I did a search for Oprah, nothing. Yeah, editing it, yeah. Yeah, I see a Harvard professor. I'm looking through other stuff. Yeah, 943 pages. That's what I'm seeing. So, yeah, nothing about Tom. Either one of them. Yes, Leo is asked if anything was done to him, and they said no. But there is going to be more released. This is just the first part, but it's like, who was it that said it? I can't remember her name. One of the girls, Gina. She was just saying, she was like, we already knew all of this. You know, there is a lot that we knew, we speculated. You know, it's just now it's proven. Let's see. Man, that is a lot. Yeah, lots of stuff from 2016. So yeah, Big Zane. However, you do have a lot more stuff here. Man, I almost want to download all this. Here, I'll bring it up here for y'all. Because this is stuff of 2021. So yeah, documents ordered unsealed by the judge. So this is a lot of just a few years ago. Motion to seal. All right, let's go on to. So here we go, January 3rd. All right. Let's see. Can I open that? This is, yeah, Guffrey about Maxwell, so we already know that. That one we've already read. This one might not know. I wish I could do all. Let me click on a random one real quick. This might be more stuff, because I don't recall seeing anything like that. I know it's small for y'all, but let me see if I can I thought I could make it bigger for y'all, but I can't. Well, they did tell us a couple of things. Questions about Bill, question about Andrews, things about Trump not being involved, but Yeah, this is a lot right here. 253.13. Let's see if there is. Yeah, this might be other stuff. That's provided right here. 235-15. Yeah, this might be other stuff here. Let's see. Let's get all the way down here to the bottom. Nope, never mind. Yeah, we definitely don't have anything new. So, all right, let's give me just a second. I'm going to read backwards. So this is page 8 of 10. And this was yeah, so this is January 3rd, 2024 right here. So she did say that she never had non-consensual sex. I don't know who Joanna is. But let's see. And so courts on December 18th, unsealing order and following with defendant. Plaintiff files this set of documents ordered unsealed. The filings of these documents ordered unsealed would be done on a rolling basis until completed. This filing also excludes documents pertaining to Doe's, whoever Jane Doe's is, 105. And 107, while the court reviews those documents is ongoing. So they're saying, I think I'm reading that correct, that the reason why they don't have Jane Doe, her name in this stuff, is because there's an court reviewing of it. So yeah, there is more documents to come. This is just a little bit you came out with. Yes, Curly Q, yes. I did. I was reading that with Kentucky. There was bomb threats there. So the 22nd is when the next rolling documents is. Is that correct, 2A? Okay. All right. That was the way that I've always understood it. How many people we still got in here? The 22nd, but society might fall by then. 210. Let's go. Yeah, I was hoping for more names. Like, it's kind of like some of y'all were saying. Y'all already knew about Andrews. Y'all already knew about Clinton. So, I know one thing is, it seems a lot of people that are wanting Trump to be on the list, I know a lot of them left. So, the second that they knew that Trump's name was not brought in as, he did something. So, yeah, I do appreciate everybody giving me likes and stuff. Here's something that I'll do for y'all. This is kind of something that I do. But I can do it better over here. I can talk about, things that are actually going on and call them for what it is. So did y'all hear about what took place in Utah? You have 22 people were hospitalized with carbon monoxide poisoning after attending a Utah Latter-day Saints church. And I can click on that article and find it if anybody ever says, wait, I need that to be fact-checked, and I can do that for you. Just ask me. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the time traveler. Is that what you're talking about, Cody Q? I live in Utah and never heard this. Yeah, so here's the other one that happened in Utah. There was a man found dead at Salt Lake City's airport after climbing inside a jet engine. And I wanted to do this story, but obviously I can't say that someone climbed into a jet engine and died. I can do it on here, but there's there's nothing more than that. So yeah, 2 incidences in Ohio. Now let's go over to Colorado. There was a house fire. Someone died. There is a gunman breaks into Colorado Supreme Court building. Intrusions unrelated to Trump case, and police say. What? Let me click on this document. Yes, so gunman breaks into Supreme Court building. Intrusion unrelated to Trump's case. A man leaving the scene of a car wreck Tuesday shot his way into the Colorado Supreme Court building. And inflicting extensive damage due to building before being arrested by police. Authorities said adding the incident seems unrelated to the court's recent rulings banning former President Donald J. Trump from the ballot. But it does go on to say that Colorado justice has received threats ever since they ruled 4-3 last month. So, Interesting. I didn't know that anybody went with a gun. Colorado, California's going to have stuff always. There's a railroad accident. Tell us something that we haven't seen. Don't know. We know those happen. Auto shop destroyed. Nothing big on that. California prepares for more massive waves. That was today. Talking about California has more massive waves. Yeah, I can do an Israel update for you. Give me just a second. Let's see, an announcement was made here. This was 2 hours ago. Israel army, we attacked Hezbollah infrastructures and military infrastructure in Lebanon. Okay. Israel security forces storm this area in Jerusalem. Over here, this is coming from Hezbollah. So Hezbollah's head person, officer, condolences to Hamas for deputy chiefs killing in flagrant Israel's aggression on Beirut, all that stuff, and says those killed in Iran while paying respects to someone's grave were targeted. This coming out of Israel. Israel's army's representative informed some family that their son, Hamas hostage Barak, who was confirmed dead, was killed during a failed rescue attempt. At this point, it is not possible to determine the circumstances of Sahar's death. Israel's foreign minister said Iran is working to destabilize the region. I think we all know that. A senior Israel official said in a briefing with reporters that Qatar hasn't told Israel anything about the suspension of the negotiations on a hostage deal. It is optimistic signs, the Israel official said. Hey, who knew this? Y'all all familiar with BRICS in here? If you're not familiar with BRICS, BRICS is, currency, just like how the euro is. So it deals many countries. So it's Brazil, Russia, China. Is it India? And I forget the other one. But they're growing, and now Qatar is on that list, by the way, or has applied to be on that list. Mexico, I know, applied to be on that list. I don't know if they ever, got in or not. Let's see. This coming from France's stuff. European Union came out and said they forced displacement of the population of Gaza is strictly prohibited as it is a serious violation of international humanitarian law. Yeah, we've been hearing you scream this a month ago. Nothing's changed. NBC said this. It said the U.S. does not believe Israel was behind the explosions in the Iran today that killed over 100 people, according to 4 current and former U.S. officials. I didn't even know that with Iran. Kirby, so this is in America, Kirby came out and said, we do not want to see an expansion of the conflict in the region. The White House came out and said the United States will continue to maintain a strong presence of its forces in the Middle East. And I'm glad that's said, because there is a lot of people going around on TikTok saying how Ford, the Navy ship, is is coming home and everything. It's like, y'all need to hold off a second and pump the brakes, because in my understanding, there's over 100 Navy ships there. Ford's been there since October. We're now 3 months into this, basically. So, yeah, 3 months. So, they move ships around. They're not just going to leave a ship sitting there for the next 3 years. So, BRICS scares you. BRICS I used to not have a problem with. I used to be fine with BRICS. That would be like, when people said that the euro shouldn't be. I'll say it like this. If you say that the euro can't exist, then you can say that BRICS shouldn't exist. But if you say that the euro can, but BRICS cannot, then that's kind of, where I sit there and I'm like, is that not hypocritical? But yes, I'm still with you that BRICS is scary. But I am also one that will tell you euros is scary. I'm not a fan of, all of these countries underneath the umbrella for the United Kingdom. I don't like that. So, never been a fan of that. We all seen it with, the sickness that came around. We seen how United Kingdom came out and said it, and Australia had to follow. All these other countries had to follow. And it's like they did not get to make up their own mind. So, so just to be clear, I'm not a fan of the euro. I'm not a fan of BRICS. I'm okay with it, like the euro, but I'm not. And it's because of the pool that it makes countries intertwine together. And it's kind of like, I don't like that. Like, I have no problem with a world currency. I have a problem with countries being associated together. I hope that's clear. I know that's probably like, man, you're beating around the bush and not making sense. So, but yeah, I hope that's clear. So, yeah, the at thing is taken away over here on YouTube, but everything else is, it's good. I really do like it over here. More freedom. So, I can do longer videos. You can go back and watch my lives. So, all right, let's see. U.S. Department came out and said, we do not see any actions in Gaza that indicate that Israel is committing genocide. So that's nice that, of that being said. However, you're going to have people that are pro-Palestinians that are going to be like, that's a lie. They really didn't investigate anything. We know it. We also know that there's pro-Palestinians that come after me and they sit there and go, how dare you wear a mask? You're just, you're scared to wear a mask. And I'm like, are you aware of what Palestinians are Hamas war? Like, are you aware of that? Like, did you bump your head of how they hide their face, how they were a coward? They went and actually attacked women, elderly women, children. They did sickening, barbaric things. They're cowards. What makes them more of a coward is they sit here and claim that things are happening to them with very little proof. And they sit here and, back it up with, well, Iran did an investigation and said that there was 1,000 people that were bombed at a hospital. And then the humanitarians go into the hospital, and humanitarians again were the ones who did the investigation, went in and determined that it was in the parking lot, and there was nowhere near that amount of people that got hit, and that it came from Hamas's own missile. But here you go. That's what cowards do. That's what happens when you deal with evil people. Come on. You raise of hands. How many people have seen? How many people in here? Press 1 if you have seen evil people try to turn the tables to saying what they did that was sick was done to them. And it's like, what? How are you trying to flip the table on this? Give me a freaking break. So, yeah, exactly. Expressive soul. Yeah, because Iran has such a truthful track record. Exactly. You know, there is so many things of news articles that comes out of Iran, and it's like, this is ridiculous. You know, I'll say this because I can say it over here, but y'all know I'm very Christian. I honestly never thought that I would see the day of end times. And it's because I sat there and said, in order for end times to take place, it's going to have to be something of that's like Sodom and Gomorrah. It's got to be worse than that. And then I sit here and I'm seeing thousands of people protest, rallies, all in the name of barbaric things that were done. They try to say that they're for Palestinians. Yet they sit there and they do these things during call of prayer. If you're so much of someone who is in here listening right now, I just want you to know that if you are truly, a true pro-Palestinian, then I hope you know the importance of call of prayer. There is literally militants, Palestinian militants, who will bow and put their head into the ground during call of prayer in the middle of war, and they will die being killed. So when I see these thousands of y'all out here protesting, give me a break. Because you don't even do that. You do not bow and hit your head to the ground. BRICS is a currency. Literally, again, people listen to true Palestinians that are in the military. When they hear the call of prayer, they will bow, put their head to the ground, and they will get bombed sometimes. And yet there's protesters that don't even know the call of prayer. They don't even have a clue of how many call of prayers there is in a day. So, I'm going to call it how it is. You're nothing more than supporters of Hamas. You're not pro-Palestinian. You're supporters of Hamas's barbaric actions. And it's downright sick. And you know it's sick. So yeah, that's all what is on, what's on Israel on my mind. Kentucky, someone mentioned this earlier. You had multiple state capitals evacuated due to bomb threats, but no dangerous items immediately were found. Of course, y'all heard this yesterday that took place early in the morning at 6 a.m. at Roosevelt Island in New York. And a lot of people on that island woke up and was, hearing explosions they were feeling their building shake. And the thing is that they determined 11 hours later, that it was an earthquake. Normally, earthquakes are resolved within 6 minutes. They're resolved within 20 minutes if outside the United States. And I provided those documents of the USGS doing that. So why did it take 11 hours? Let's see. This is all the way up in Alaska where the UFO incident was, or balloon, whatever you want to say you believe it was. This is avian. Influenza death of Alaska's polar bear is a global first and a sign of the virus persistence. Sorry, not presence. My apologies. I can't read sometimes. Trying to look for anything that's red. By the way, have y'all seen how many flights of areas that we can't go to that's at least a level floor? Have y'all seen this? Let me show you this. See all these red dots? The red dots are places you don't want to fly to. For instance, this is Haiti. That's at a extreme warning, a 4.8 out of 5. We advise it's not safe to travel to Haiti. It's a 4.5. I mean, a 4.8 out of 5. Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, Iraq, Syria. You're like, okay, but you can fly to Israel? They consider Israel more safe than Haiti. Look at this. Okay? Travel list to this place in Israel. It's a 3.9. Travel place to in West Bank, right outside of Jerusalem. It's a 4 out of 5. Cyprus. But yeah, there is places that is red. And it's like, hey, you get it. Ukraine. Belarus. You get it. But here's one. Italy. Extreme warning. 5 out of 5 now. 5 out of 5 to not go to San Marino in Italy. 5 out of 5. The Vatican City, 5 out of 5 now. 5 out of 5 now. Is that not insane? Because to me, you have a war that is happening in Israel saying that we can go to that, but it's more advisable not to go to those two places in Italy. Could it be the embassy? I could see Syria's embassy. But Italy? Like, I'm going to have to do a search on what in the world is going on in Italy. Now, see, like this one that's down here, I don't know where these is. But this is on the back side of Earth. This is a 5 out of 5, but it's because it's weather that's going on down there. On the backside of the Pacific Ocean. In those islands down there, there is extreme rain that's taking place. But Colorado, still 2.7 out of 5. Now, that's very low, but their whole entire reason is because of the sickness. Your husband and I were supposed to go to Israel in November. Someone from our church blessed us with the trip, but I hate it was canceled. Maybe one day we can go when it's safe. Yeah. It'll eventually get, in my opinion, Stephanie, I think that it'll get safe one day. Why? Because there is, you know, Hamas, Hezbollah, incidents, Syria, incidents that are always happening, and it's like you know, every few years, 5 years, you got something that ends up happening. So, and then it's like, hey, it's cool, you can go in. So, let's check something else. Let's see if there's anything major. Nothing on that one. Let's see what our question marks are. This looks like United Kingdom stuff. Yep. People evacuated in hundreds of homes without gas after a crash. That sucks. Down in the islands, or Florida, sorry. Medical experts, dozens of horses in Florida were exposed to toxic weed found in hay. That one just sucks. Not really something alarming. A Chinese rocket booster descends from space, explodes near residential area. Interesting. That's a story I'd like to read up on. Let's see. Concrete beam fell. Okay. What is this? North Atlantic Ocean solar storm to hit Earth hard, causing radio blackouts. That was reported yesterday. Is any of my ham radio people in here? Yeah, I really like this site, Mike. I keep it under wraps, though. If you actually follow me or you're a subscriber on TikTok, send me a message, man, and I'll tell you the name of this website. Yeah, you did too, eh? Good to see you, Crispy. Yeah, so the reason why, Mike, is there's just people that like to use what I show and turn it into fear mongering. So, where's this? Canada, cargo of fireworks explodes into hour-long light show. It's not really that big of a deal. 12 killed. Yeah. Let's see, what else? One day I'm going to hit this radioactive button and something's going to show up. That's with building. Oh, hold on. Nothing there. Those are always floods. I look for the red one. Earthquakes. Yeah, we're familiar with the ones that hit Japan. If you're not familiar with the one that hit Japan, there was a 7.6 followed by a 6.2. Later on, there were some 6s that hit. There was I believe it was over 40. I know within a few hours it was over 20 at least of earthquakes. It didn't really cause a tsunami. It did like a little wave immediately, almost right after. And then it went down after that. But yeah, it was not catastrophic like the other tsunamis. Let's see what these purples are. Those are the capital incidences. This is down. Migrants were kidnapped from a bus. In this area right below Texas. Migrants were kidnapped from a bus. And then that's not really anything. What's this? Canary Island hit by new wave of boat arrivals with 40 dead migrants thrown into the sea. I'll read that again. This is the Canary Islands. They were hit by a wave of boat arrivals with 40 dead migrants thrown into the sea. That reminds me of was it London with the Jews putting them on the ships back in the day? Who was that put the Jews on the ship and then they went and died? Actually, who remembers this? Who in here? Press 1 if you know this. The North Brother Island. Who knows about the North Brother Island? Press 1. If you don't, press 2. So Stacy, funny question. Russia really isn't this big. I'll show you in a second. Ooh, TG knows about it. Nice. So don't feel shocked. So what made me recall this was because I was looking at Roosevelt Island, which is right here. Well, right above it, where's it at? Yeah, right up here is the North Brother Island. Oh, is that really all I can pull into? Hold on just a second. So let me bring this up. And then go into New York, and I'll show you why this recalled back to me. So yesterday I'm sitting here, I'm looking at Roosevelt Island. You know, that's all here, all this, you know, juicy fun stuff, talking about the earthquake. Well, right above it is the Two Brother Islands. That's literally, not too far. It's in New York. Anyhow, the North Brother Island. Look at this. You're like, wait a second. What is this stuff here? You know, what's this stuff? And you see buildings just overtaken. You see, docks demolished. You literally see either chimney stacks or coal stacks possibly that are on the island as well. You've got that, building there as well. Anyhow, this, back in the 60s, they actually quarantined people here. It's one of the stories. Another thing is that they actually took drug people there and locked them in a room, and the drug people said that they were held against their will. Makes you think of the show Lost, yeah. But it's, you had veterans who stayed there. But anyhow, the big thing is the quarantine thing. Who knows who Typhoid Mary is, or whatever her name is? Is it Typhoid Mary? Am I saying that right? Yes, Typhoid Mary. If you know who she is. So I'll bring her into play. So here's who Typhoid Mary is. Typhoid Mary was she was a cook. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But was a cook. She basically handled food, and it's where typhoid comes from, or not comes from, but it was a big deal from her because she infected 20 people, and just because she was making their food. So they held her on there, I believe, for 2 decades. And the island that they held her on was this island, North Brother Island. They held her there. And so when they released her, they told her that, hey, you can go back into, civilization. However, you can't go back in the food industry. So she agreed. And then she used a fake name. And she went back into the food industry and she killed another 20 people. Yep, typhoid fever. Thank you. Too, I appreciate that. But yeah, so she was known as Typhoid Mary. So it could be definitely more people. Let's see. 51 people in total. But that's just all they know about. I mean, she literally cooked people's foods. So, and as you read there, she used a lot of different names. Yeah, learned something new today, huh? Yeah, that's what goes through my brain is I'll sit here, I'll be looking at something just like this, and I'm studying, so an earthquake here that's 1.7 and rockets the whole entire island, but nothing over here, no tsunami, no waves taking place, none of that, nothing with the bridge. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, and 11 hours later they say this, huh? And then I sit there and I'm pulling back, like this. And then I see these islands and I'm like, huh? And then I sit there and it's like my brain clicks right when I saw North Brother Island. I was like, oh, yeah, these stories. So it's been, that island hasn't been habitable for, is it 60 years now that it hasn't been inhabitable? They now claim, and I'm going to say that, they claim, squirrel, that's exactly what happens. They now claim that it's like a bird sanctuary or something like that. And I'm like, New York, yeah. We're going to claim that this is a bird sanctuary. New York, of all places, that sit here and they see anything green and they're like, how do I put, another building on it? They're not going to do it at those islands, Yeah, not many female serial killers. So, yeah, just curious, how many people think that, because I'm one, but how many people think, press 1 if you think that Typhoid Mary did it purposely with infecting people. Mental illness or just being evil or wanting to make other people feel like, that she wasn't alone with it. But yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right, Brittany. That's where I'm at. that she went back after specifically being told not to. All right, let's go back to the good old event map, see if there's anything else. It's on this list. Something with traffic, 26 trains delayed to low visibility in Delhi. Water supply affected in some parts of Mumbai. Is that India? Yeah. Nothing new there. Ooh. Down in South Africa, Zimbabwe or whatever it is. Zambia chloria cases reach over 4,000. What in the world is that? I don't even want to look into what the new thing is. There was fishermen killed in a shark attack off the coast of Mexico. On the Pacific side, shark attack kills someone in Hawaii. It's interesting, 2 shark attacks with killing people. Down in South America, in Argentina, a man dies of a rare mosquito-borne disease in Santa Fe, Argentina. If I end up seeing more people, I'm not gonna like this about mosquitoes. But like I get it about mosquitoes being released. I made a story about it. Mosquitoes being released. These what are they? The artificial inseminated mosquitoes, whatever they are, that are released. So here's the thing that they claim that happens. They claim that those mosquitoes die after a year and they can't reproduce. And so what they're hoping is that they go in, they make a move. She thinks that she's, pregnant and all this stuff. And she dies. So it'll make the numbers significantly lower. Now that's the hopes, because dengue fever or whatever it is at it is at a high and keeps going higher and higher, and it's always mosquitoes that cause it. By the way, are y'all still in here? I don't see anybody chatting anymore. Sadly, we can't believe anything they say anymore. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, y'all are all good. How many people are still in here, by the way? Also, another thing is, don't forget to click on the live, just because sometimes it'll back you up to where you're like on a 3-second delay. So 112 are still in here. Be good, Ape. Have a blessed one. Thanks for coming in here. 169. Wow. Seeing some say it's 169, some 112s. Now up to 170s. We're used to about fire stories. There's a lot of them. Australia's getting slammed with fires and tornadoes. This deals with weather. Nothing on that. CO2 levels. I don't think there's anything else to discuss. Let me see if anything else is on X. Yeah, raw alerts sitting here saying that Clinton's name was 73 times in those documents. Prince Andrew 76 times. Alan Deschorwitz, Who is that? I'm going to have to do a search for that. It was 137 times. Who is this guy? He's an author of several books about politics and the law, including Reversal of Fortune. What's up, Tango? Good to see you, brother. He's a big lawyer. Uh-oh. Crazy. Crazy. Let me do something else, and then I'm going to ask y'all a question. Oh, hold on. Another thing about North Brother Island. Sorry, I know I'm jumping back to this story. Is there was a like a ferry ship of like over 100 people that died on there, and the ship is still on North Brother Island. That's a story to remember. It was the most that anybody's ever died in New York, and the before 9/11. So 292. Man, let's go. Let's see. So, who was Epstein before? Who was Epstein before? But before all of this, sick crap. Who was he before? No trick question, just wondering how many people know who he is. So yeah, what he did was liquid funding. He was a financial management firm, Towers Financial Corporation, financial consulting, things of that nature. Yes, he did do teaching as well. But to have that island, it blows my mind in a way that he has, the sick child ring, so to say, and had really powerful, important people so where my mind is going is I'm sitting here going, is there powerful, important people who just look for that type of stuff? It'd be one thing if you heard that Epstein was someone who worked in the government. One thing if you heard, that he was a senator or something like that, and that's how he made connections. But just to be a banker, a teacher, a financial consultant? And you literally have the president, or not just the president, but multiple presidents, knowing who you are? Does that not seem weird to y'all, or is it just me? Yeah, how did he get so rich being, a professor? I'll say it. Was he a scapegoat? You know, because we know it sadly exists. We know that there's people who are sick and they have no money. So it's not a shocker if he was sick. What's a shocker is that he literally knew Prince Andrews and things like that. And he's just a banker, a teacher, a financial consulting. What? Like, could you imagine someone on TikTok that only has, 200,000 followers like me, and they know so many big names? Like, huh? It, it's just, I don't know. It's a random thing that I've always wondered for several years now, and it just doesn't make sense to me. So either you had like important big money figures who look for this sick stuff, and they don't care that they're dealing with someone that may be undercover, or you have someone being set up, blackmailed, the scapegoat. I mean, it's literally a rabbit hole of, theories of what. Because I just can't see someone, like, it would be me. I play stocks. It would be like Bill Gates reaching out to me, Elon Musk reaching out to me and being like, hey, WDP, you play stocks, you exchange, $100 today. Let's be friends. What? No. You're confused. Why? Why me? Like, yeah, teaching. Yeah, and when he was a teacher, he allegedly showed inappropriate behavior towards underage female students at the time. I mean, he could be a creep, or we know he was a creep. Sorry, let me correct that. We know he was a creep. It's just mind-boggling to me that big name people, very big name people, reached out to him. It's just mind-boggling to me. Wolf of Wall Street, yeah, it is. Man, that on repeat. Good to see you, brother. That's a good one, man. I used to have people tell me. So I've told people this. I can't handle, I just don't like seeing women used as, used like that. So I couldn't stand that movie because of that reason. But what was crazy, people were telling me, they were like, dude, you the way that you do the stocks and the way that you do pennies and you get in and out of things really, really fast, you remind me of, The Wolf of Wall Street. You should watch it. And they knew that how I was. You know, I watched that thing for like 5-10 minutes, and I wrote them. I was like, "What the hell are you having me watch?" And they were like, "You don't like it?" No. It was closer to the real thing than we realized. Yeah. They need someone to help them with their money laundering, and then he capitalized on their sick desires. Okay. Okay. Kimberly throwing out some smarts on that one. Have no clue who Lex Wexner? Let's see. I see a Les Wexner, and that's a billionaire and the chairman of Bath and Body Works. So people keep saying his name. Why? So Columbus Dispatch is saying that his name is on those released documents. So let me show y'all so we're all on the same page. Okay. So here you have new billionaire Leslie Wexner is on Jeffrey Epstein's list released by the court order for today. Okay, let's do a search. Where are they getting some of this list at? I just did a search for Wexner. There's nothing about him being on this list. I've done mortgages for over 20 years. The movie explained better than anything else, but the book was better. I gotcha. Appreciate you letting me know that, Missy. It's also a sick freak, yeah. Could be redacted. Could be. But yeah, huh. That's right, Kimmy. But yeah, I don't see his name on these. On this stuff. That's how I make that like that. Where? Let me go back to that. Where? Wexner. Maybe I put it in wrong. Aha. There it is. I said Wexner earlier. My apologies. Witnesses. Andrea and Dara, but added Senators George Mitchell, Bill Richardson, and Les Wexner. With knowledge, and they removing 34 names but adding 12 more. Interesting. So, Wexner Leslie, information was received that Epstein's associate, Leslie Wexner, they arrived in Palm Beach County. Man, I wish I could see what these names are. Probably wouldn't do anything. Goldberger and scheduled. Okay. I don't know. Was it Victoria's Secret? What? I gotta look. So when they asked about Wexner, she said no. Wexner said in a 2019 letter in which he accused Epstein of stealing tens of millions of dollars from the Wexner family. Epstein made a $47 million donation to the charity. It was the only donation to the charity which was dissolved 3 years later. Who was the person who talked about money laundering a second ago? Yeah, see, Shelley, these are questions that I had a little while. Why sit there and ask names of people? You know, hey, did you have any sexual activities with this person? Why even ask about that person? You know, it's something that makes you question. And I don't know if 2A is still in here, but she said, you know, the next set of documents to be released is on the in about 20 days. Good night, Mary. Have a blessed one. So Let's see. Yeah, I see 130 people are in here. Lots of people came in and then they were like, I'm out. It's hard to believe anything she said. For the right amount of money, guaranteed she would lie under the oath. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It was you, Kimberly. So, well, there you got it. Something that a lot of y'all already knew with the Epstein stuff. But hopefully the documents to be released later on in a few weeks, that those will have stuff that we didn't know. I will say this for me, I didn't know about the facts of Andrews. I didn't know that one. It was for anyone who is a Trump supporter or wants to vote for Trump, that they see that as of right now, there's nothing that he was involved with in there. The worst thing that you saw out of Bill Clinton was that someone sitting there saying that Bill liked them young. Sick, but that's the worst thing. And that's what the case of, one of those girls, she was going after Maxwell for slander, because Maxwell said that girl lied about Clinton with the party dinner, that the girl lied about Clinton. So I did not know that Bill Clinton's name is also, what'd y'all say, William Jackson Clinton? I was like, man, y'all just schooled me on that. I didn't know that one. I always thought that it was just Bill Clinton. So yeah, lots of people schooled me on that one. Jefferson, that's it. Thanks. Yeah, I didn't know there was a Jefferson. So because I sat there and I read off William Jefferson Clinton. I was like, all right, this is someone else. And then it was a slew of people and they were like, nope, and that's still Bill. And I was like, that's Bill? Yep, that's Bill, buddy. Like, all right, y'all schooled me on that. You're welcome, Douglas. Yeah, I'm pretty much going to be heading out as well. So, if there is breaking news, then, I'll be coming on live, I think, a lot over the course of the next 5 days or so. I think I'll be coming on a lot. So if something breaks in news, there's probably a good chance I'll be live. So, but yeah. Yeah, Missy. Yeah, I just didn't know the Jefferson thing. That made me think it was someone else. Right. Well, I do appreciate you all. Over 100 people. I know at some point in time there was over 300 people in here. So that's really cool. So I'll eventually get, monetized over here. I might use this platform more. I do really like YouTube. I can talk freely. I know there's a lag, somewhat, but I can sit here and say gun. I don't have to hide things or code them. I can say it like it is majority of the time. Sure, there's some things I can't talk about, TikTok, oh man, I show a picture of a gun and they freak out. So the only thing that I do like about TikTok is y'all can tag one another. That's what I like about TikTok. So, if they got a problem with my video here, they may sit here and say, "Hey, you've got to edit your video from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. You got to edit it." Okay, cool. I'll delete it out. Who cares? But on TikTok, they're like, "Oh no, we're removing the whole entire thing." Or they sit here and they put my video under review, and that really bothers me when they put my video under review. Then when they sit there and they're like, "Oh, there's nothing wrong. Push this into, push it out there." Well, if their delay of, like 10 minutes or more makes their algorithm be like, "Well, they got no likes, so we're not going to push that video all that hard." Up to you. Recap from where. I mean, basically this documents that are released, they're rolling it out in stages. So the one that you're seeing right now that has, Andrews in it, Clinton, those are things that a lot of people already knew. A lot of stuff was already leaked. So, so we're going to we're gonna wait till 3 more weeks and then the next stage is a rollout. Yeah, once I'm monetized, you can gift here. I think I still need like 1,000 more hours, which means that if I stayed live for 10 hours and there was 100 of y'all in here, then that would give me my 1,000 hours. But how long have I been live now? So 2 hours. So that may be I might have got a few hundred out of there. So news channel shows video stays on. You show same video and you get picked out. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully they'll expose some names. So, yep. Viewing any video, watching it over and over, all those things help. So, let's see where I'm at right now. It takes a few days until it tells me the stuff, so it'll take me like, I don't know, a few days at least until it's updated for what's happened tonight. I might be able to right now. Hold on. Huh. Well, I think I'm allowed now. Interesting. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I think I can become monetized now. So, all right. So, what'll take place? My 11-hour wave is your sleeping video. That's awesome. I love it. I want to do those better, actually. Um, but yeah, if I can become monetized now, that's awesome. So, what that means is I apply for it. It's going to take, X amount of days, and then I have where you can send in gifts, you can buy memberships. That's what I really want to try out. And I'll be frankly honest, like I've thought about, where I read off books, where I would read off books that are not copyright anymore. Um, so if you ever sit there and say, hey, I really like this book, then just tell me, and I'll be like, all right, I'll read the book for you. But I also do really enjoy the news. But I know that there's a lot of things I can do. It's the voice. That's why a lot of y'all are here. I think majority of y'all are here because of the voice. Yeah, I appreciate it. Only if y'all did an amazing job with getting it up there. Yeah, and see that's another thing, Stacy. A lot of people saying that they love my interpretation of the news. The way that I'm able to filter out all the propaganda and bullcrap and just be like, here's point blank. Like I told people, I'm not an advocate for Trump, but I'm going to sit here and tell you the truth about Trump and these documents here, with Trump's names. You know, I'm not going to sit here and try to fool y'all just because I like or I hate a big name person. So I'm trying to think of someone I do like. Um, I don't know anybody I exactly do like. Yeah, I like y'all. That's right. I do actually. Appreciate my common sense interpretation of news. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. That is how I like to be. So, what's up, A Shivers? One thing that I've thought about, and I can do it on TikTok. I mean, I can do it on YouTube. Sorry, I can do it on YouTube a lot better. Um, so I know a lot of y'all like conspiracy stuff. And I can really get into it. So, for instance, like I can do a deep episode now of Georgia Guidestones. I can talk about those. Um, um, we were just talking about, the North Brother Island. I can sit there and now do a video on that. A-Shivers, I'll tell you in just a second everything that's gone on. Yeah, Yetis, giants. I can talk at this stuff. What I wanted to do, what I really wanted to do, and I searched and I was like, this ain't gonna work. What I really wanted to do was like a rabbit hole series of every state. But there's it's not that way. If I put in, conspiracy theories of Tennessee, it'll sit here and be like, let's talk about, politics. And it's like, no, so I get where it filters that out. And I don't find anything that wants to sit there and talk about, what's the place in Tennessee? Oak Ridge. Like I don't see anything like that. And it's like, good grief. So yeah. But yeah, I wish I was able to do a conspiracy theory on every state. I would love to do that. So yeah, like Oklahoma, what I could talk about, is the Oklahoma bomber. I can do a series on that now. So there is certain things I know about, places. For instance, the Oklahoma bomber. Are you aware of his ties? Let's see. Press 1 if you know about the Oklahoma bomber in connections with Waco, Texas. Press 1. Press 2 if you're like, what in the world are you talking about, WDP? Stacy says 1. Cajun. All right, cool. Okay. All right, cool. I thought it was a little bit more like a secret, but it's not. Miss Smith as well on repeat, Jersey. So don't worry. Kimmy, Angie. So what took place is when Waco, Texas was having tanks rammed into them and, 6 sounds and everything played at the end of Waco, Texas. The Oklahoma bomber showed up, and there's an actual video / picture of him sitting on his car watching this happen. And the thing is, the Oklahoma bombing was done on the anniversary of Waco, Texas. So yeah. Wait, what about the third man? What third man? I'm all down for this. You talking JFK stuff? Yeah. So see, I can get into some things like that. I can sit here and do, an episode about Waco, Texas. I won't go into deep diving because there's so many better documentaries out there. There's so many better documentaries. The way I would describe Waco, Texas, to giving people an outside look, because I love making people think differently. So, Waco, Texas, I have so much compassion for the people. I have so much compassion for them. They go into a place, to a person who knew Revelations decently. And I will admit, I don't know Revelations at all. And so let me put up a screen real quick. Let me put up just so people know. Just so they have something. Oh. Just something you got to look at besides the Epstein stuff. Anyhow, so think about it for this second, okay? Here you have people going in that are being talked to about Revelations. Well, what's Revelations actually say? Revelations makes a lot of people feel that you're going to be taken out. You've got, these locusts that come out of the graves, or out of the ground, didn't mean graves. Locusts come out of the ground, and you're like, ooh, that's helicopters. There's so many things that's in in Revelations that is, doomsday, exactly like Cajun just said. So you've got people who believe that one day these horrible things are going to happen. Well, what happened to them was very horrible. What did they have? They had literally a helicopter flying around their compound. Sounds like Revelations, right? They had sick sounds blasted into their ears. Sounds a lot like Revelations, right? They had where a tank rammed the building and took out a lot of people. Bible mentions in Revelations about 1/3 taken out. Interesting. And these people have been, told over and over and over again about Revelations. That's what they were there for. That's why this man that you see here, that's why they were listening to him. That's why they went to his compound. That's why they choose to believe in whatever he said, because he knew Revelations was so well. So when you talk to people now that are survivors of Waco, Texas, do you know what they respond with? They respond with saying that they are the people that are left behind. They're in the great tribulation of Revelations. They feel that they should have died that day. Why? Because Revelations was so preached hardcore into them. So it's wild. And so I have a lot of compassion and sadness for them. I hate it for them. And you can't convince them. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of one coming out of there going, yep, the guy was sick. The government did everything right. I'm glad they got me out of here. I don't think I've ever heard of a survivor of Waco, Texas come out saying anything like that. Have a good night, Kimmy. You're welcome, Terry. Yeah, see, Crispy, yeah, that's what I like to get people to think outside the box. And it's like Cajun saying. Cajun said they were brainwashed in Waco, Texas. Well, I feel that for me personally, I feel that I've been brainwashed into thinking that Waco, Texas, of all the people there, were idiots. Why? Because the news makes it out that way. When you have where the news starts laughing at people, it's so disrespectful. For instance, I'm going to jump to another thing. And I'm going to say it like it is. When COVID first came out 5 years ago, yes, that's correct, 5 years ago. when COVID first came out 5 years ago, I was scared. I was worried. No, I didn't think it was end times or anything like that, but I literally called my mother and father and I said, hey, y'all come here, stay with me. You're in a populated city. I'm out in the boondocks. Y'all can stay with me. You don't have anything to worry about. That's how I was. But fast forward a couple of months, or maybe even a month. Wasn't that long. I was watching the media, and they went to a church where there was people, congregations still going to church. And there was people that was driving in, and the media asking them, having them roll down their windows, sticking a mic in their face, and going, don't you know COVID's real? Don't you know there's people out here dying? Da-da-da-da-da. And what they put on the news of what those people responded, the way they mocked them, is what changed me. And it's when those people responded back saying, I'm covered in the blood of Jesus. I'm covered in the blood of Christ. And the media mocked them. I'll never forget that image out of my head. And that's when it hit me. And I was like, you know what? It's nothing about this virus being real or not. This is straight on a full-blown attack onto Christianity. This has nothing to do for mankind. This has written all over it, this is a spiritual war. Now, you can tell me that I'm wrong, and I'm totally fine with that. You can tell me that you actually truly believe that COVID is there, and you can say that you've taken the vaccine and everything. I'm totally fine that you did. But me personally, that's my story. That's my testimony. When I read the Bible, a lot of people want to decipher the number 666. For me, I don't. Why? Because it flat says it. Wisdom. To decipher 666. Well, I can barely understand Revelations. Okay? I'm honest with myself. So I'm going to be even more honest with myself and say, well, if I don't know even the scratch of surface of Revelations, how in the world am I going to actually decipher 666? But I will read what the point of the mark of the beast is. And the point of the mark of the beast is, you cannot buy or sell Well, that's interesting. I watched several places say that you couldn't come in to a restaurant anymore. Could that have been the mark? I don't know. But for me, whenever I hear that you cannot buy or sell of goods without something, well, I got a problem. Book of Revelation is the end of the Bible. So that's where I'm at. I I I, I don't really focus in on who the beast is going to be. There's going to be one beast, he gets wounded, he gets healed by the next beast or something on that level. You know, a lot of people view that as, the Antichrist and all this type of stuff. But here's the thing, lots of people worship this beast. There is a lot of people, I think of, respectfully. There is. It could be a politician. There are certain politicians, believe it or not, actually WDP likes a couple of politicians. Could those be the ones who deceive? Because could those be the great deceiver? Yeah, they very well dang could. Why? Because they're deceiving me. You know, whenever I hear, this is another thing, another side step to a story. Whenever I hear people sit there and say, "Oh, this person is the Antichrist," and everybody all over these media platforms is saying this person's the Antichrist. I'm like, well, then he's really not deceiving, is he? So that's probably not the Antichrist. It's going to be the person that you're sitting here being woo-ha for. Oh, they're awesome. They're great. Check them out, man. He's sending all of these, rockets with all these, satellites, and really helping mankind and da 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 da, and helping, the homeless and doing all these wonderful things and da da da. That's gonna be the one that's gonna jack you up. Now there is a lot of people like that, but that's gonna be the one who's gonna jack you up. It ain't gonna be the one who's out there actually, screaming that they're, satanic. Satan didn't walk into the desert and battle Jesus without the word of God. Satan knows the Bible better than us. Satan literally battled Jesus. Jesus. Of all people, even though Jesus is a God, but of all things that Satan could battle, he picked Jesus. He literally thought that he could bring down Jesus, the Son. I don't know. So I'm not gonna get into who I think the Antichrist is. Why? Because I think they would deceive the living crap out of me. I do. I think if I focus like that on trying to find out who it is, I think they could deceive the crap out of me. That's why I don't. I look at what the actions of Mark of the Beast stopped us from doing. And that is what tells me that could be a potential for the beast. Could be a potential for the beast. Therefore, I'm going to remove myself. I went into one place that allowed me to have that I allowed them to scan my forehead to check my temperature, to allowing me to go inside. I never liked it. I'd go get a haircut, and I was told, "Hey, get your head scanned." I didn't like it. I stepped away. I went to down on, the streets, drinking. I wasn't drinking, but people I was with was drinking. And, someone asked me, they were like, hey, can you go get me a beer from the bar? And I was like, sure. I walk up to, this bar, and I went up there and they were like, hey, we got to scan your forehead. Nope. Why? So again, those are things I look at. What is the point of the mark? Now, could I be 100% completely wrong? Yes, I could be so wrong. But I'd rather be better safe than sorry. I don't want to be walking into heaven going, oh, come on, man. Like, I didn't know that was the sign. I didn't know that was the one time that was finally going to be the one saying how, I was getting scanned on the forehead. Like, come on, man. Let me on into heaven. No, I'd rather be the man who goes into heaven telling God, do you know how many times I didn't allow my forehead to be scanned? You know how many times I didn't want to use something because I was told that was the only thing that I could do in order to buy or sell goods? If God gives it a chuckle, I'm totally fine with that. At least I get to go on into heaven. I don't want to be that fool who walks up and being like, yep, I fell for it. So, I am in a very small town, and when we had restrictions put in place at our salon, we had so many who wouldn't come till those were lifted, and I completely understood. Yep, I was part of that crowd. Yep, crispy, agreed. The news is what got me. Trump got me. People think that Trump was, like really hardcore, into, I forget, China flu or however he said it, But the thing is, when I saw Trump go on to the news the night, did a address to the nation or whatever it was, where he sits behind the Oval Office. Those are big speeches, and I'm aware of that. And when I seen Trump talk about it, I was like, holy crap, I do need to go to the grocery store and get the toilet paper now. See, that's the thing, Angie. Like, that I just don't know. Like, I know what the Bible says. It says, a mark on the hand, forehead. But I also know this. There's the mark of God. There's the mark of God. So is it actually physically something then? If you have the mark of God, and then this is a question for maybe someone can help me out. I'm all ears. But if you have the mark of God and you have the mark of the beast, then is it something that's just spiritual? Is it something of a feeling? Like when you talk to somebody, you're like, man, that person's satanic. That person's evil. That person turned wicked. Is it like that? Because I know it. Sometimes I can shake someone's hand and I can feel it. Sometimes I can look someone in the forehead and I can see it. Is that the mark? People subconsciously doing it? People spiritually accepting a mark? Appreciate that, Miss Rusk. Eyes being black and soulless, yeah. Have I read about wheat foods? Crispy, you can talk pretty fairly over here. Is it wheat foods or whole foods? Don't know, but you can't buy or sell. See, that's how I am. Whenever I hear that you can't buy something, I'm like, nope. No, I haven't heard about that with Whole Foods. Like, I'm familiar with like the steaks and stuff that, from the last couple of years. I'm familiar with that type of stuff and what's coming out to the grocery stores even now. So, yeah, I'll give it a check. The only thing that I will say to that is if someone inserted it into our meat and I ate the meat, for me, this is me, and I can be completely wrong. Again, completely honest, I can be 100% wrong. But for me, I feel that it is something that's an acceptance. That you say, I am going to partake into this. Just into, for instance, I'm Christian, but I do not eat swine. Shocker alert, I don't. I'm not Muslim. I am a Gentile. I don't eat swine, but I'm not going to tell you that you can't. Anyhow, what I will say on this is that the swine, the hoof of the feet, the animals that you can and can't eat, okay? The whole entire reason why you couldn't eat swine, and I am familiar that Peter went out and said that there was unclean things, and God said back pretty much of, hey, have I not given you food to eat? And it's like, okay, he could have prayed, and asked for that stuff to, be clean. But anyhow, I'm still one, I don't eat swine. I'll go into why I don't eat swine in a second. But if, like, that one is more so if you believe it like that you can't eat unclean animals. Like, it. But if it's something now that's just steak and you know that you can eat it and someone sabotaged it, I just don't see it like that. I have to see that it's something that you truly partake in. It's like going to someone's house that has sacrificed their food that they're about to give you to a false idol. That's where it's like, nope, not doing that one. But if I go to someone's house and they prepare swine, I will partake in it. I'm not going to tell someone no. Why? Because, and this is biblical, by the way. This is Corinthians with Paul's teachings, saying that, hey, if you go to someone's house and they prepare, this unclean animal, you are to eat it, because it's disrespectful to go into someone's house and not partake in their food. However, if they sacrifice that meal to a false idol, then that's where you're no. So now on to why I don't eat swine. So it's biblical, okay? I understand, like I said, that people will sit there and bring up Peter, when he was out saying, hey, I need some food. And it was like, you got food. All you got to do is pray over it. I do understand that, but I still don't eat swine. The bigger thing is that when I read about Jacob and Esau, Jacob was in the tent and he had a fight with God. Now, some people say it's an angel and things like that. That's not the point of what I'm getting at. The point I'm getting at is that God hurt Jacob's hip. And what Israelites do to this day is they will not eat from the hip of a lamb because of a remembrance to Jacob on that day. So for me, I'm like, what do I need to be doing that is of a remembrance? And for me, it sat there and it threw to me Moses saying, "Let my people go." Let God's people go. The whole entire exile. I don't know why. Because that's not even like, there's a lot of other Bible stories I love talking about. But for some reason, that one just stuck out to me. And I was like, you know what? For a remembrance, I'm not going to eat swine. And still to this day, I mean, this has been probably 15 years that I have not eaten swine unless I go to someone's house and they have it prepared. But when I see it, like I will have some places that I'll tell them no bacon, and they'll come out and there'll be a burger with a bacon on it. I will sit there and think about remembrance on that day of what people went through in Egypt, of having to walk through the desert, of spinning around in the desert, of Moses is literally going and getting the 10 Commandments and having to break them because they worship a false idol. Like, all of that rushes through my mind. Even when I sit there and I say, no, can I order this burger with no bacon on it? Yep, cool. All those memories come, and I love it. I love having a remembrance. Some people will sit there and say, hey, yeah, I see you only if with Leviticus and Deuteronomy and all that. Love it, man. Sorry, squirrel just entered into my head because of only if. But yes. I was going to bring up Lent. Some people do Lent for the entire month. And that's cool that, hey, that if that's your thing, mad respect to you for doing that. But I get it. Like, I really do get it about Lent, because you sit there and say, hey, for Lent, for that month, you're not going to touch, you're not going to touch your computer. You're not going to get on, X type of social media. You're not going to eat certain things. You're going to put your cigarettes down, whatever it is. Because every time that you think about doing that, you have a remembrance of, of the Bible, of God, of the Word of God, so. But yeah, on to the joking side. Crispy, you mentioned, pass you your pork. What's funny with that is I pass my pork to my wife all the time. And I went into Waffle House the other time and ordered something different and I always get the All-Star special. But I finally ordered something different New Year's Eve night. And I was like, this is going to be a change for you all. And what it was is I ordered the Philly cheesesteak. My wife, she lost it. She was like, I don't get any pork. I'm like, congratulations, you get to order your own pork now. So, but yeah. Like I have no problem. My wife will sit there. If she makes bacon in the house, for herself. Like I don't partake in that. But if I go over to someone's house and they have pork, I eat it. It's disrespectful. And that is, biblically taught by Paul in his teachings. Now you got me thinking about Waffle House. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm down. Have you seen the movie 10 Commandments? After all that they worshipped an idol. Yeah. No. Unless there's a new movie, 10 Commandments. That's what you were getting at. I remember the old school one that was, back in the 70s? Waffle House Run, I'm down. Let's go. Yeah, I can talk about, being exiled. Man, there is a ton. As much as like that story is like at the, not even close to the top of my list. It's amazing that that's the story that I wanted to have a remembrance to. The old 10 Commandments. What year did it come out? I remember the one, back in the 60s, 70s, whatever. I remember that one. Remember demons cast in pigs. That is correct. That is correct, tribes. Again, so here's the whole entire thing. Okay? When you talk to people that are like, why they don't partake in swine. Why Muslims? They're big on it. Okay, why they don't partake in swine? It's because those are the animals that can receive demons. That's to my understanding, that's what it was all about. Is these are animals that are able to have demons, and you partake in eating them, well, what's entering you? And I'll tell you something. I will never forget. Now, either could have been just in my head, but there was one night I ordered food from Wendy's, and I always tell them on this certain type of burger, no bacon. And I made it down the road, and I had taken a few bites into it. And I sat there and I was like, oh no, I taste bacon. Now I'm very hard-headed and strong-willed. And I sat there and I was like, you know what? I'm throwing this bacon out the window right now. And I felt different. Again, I'll go to someone's house. If they prepare bacon, I'll eat it and I'm fine. But that one, I felt different. Like I don't know. And I came home, I told my wife, I was like, I feel like something is inside of me. But again, that's me. And it could, hey, I'm totally fine if someone said, hey, it's just in your head, man, because you're so hardcore that you don't want to eat it. Yeah. Now, there is another reason, though. besides biblical of why I don't eat pigs. And that's because I used to be a vet tech. And I watched them stand in their feces. And I'm not going to talk about anything else into it because there's no point in disgusting y'all. As long as you cook it, you're all good. Just like salmon. As long as you cook it, you're all good. But anyhow, that's another reason why I don't. However, like, I do eat salmon though. So I can't really. I'm a hypocrite on that. And that is true. A demon can attach. I mean, heck, a demon can attach to a human. You know. Objects. So. I do eat crab. And see, that's another one that is like a nope. But I do eat crab. So see like that one, and I'm totally fine with it. If anyone ever said like, oh man, WDP, you're a hypocrite, man, I'm all cool with it. I love it. I love it when actually people call me out. I love being corrected. Like, I really don't take it as an insult. Well, I won't say that all the time. There is sometimes I will take it as an insult, and sometimes I read it wrong. But a lot of times I'll sit there and be like, I got called out. Good. I'm glad I got called out. Yeah, true, Crispy. You don't like peace. And today we just found out that Tribes is no older than 16. Each of their own. Yeah. But one thing that I do love about myself is I never push my views onto people. And if I ever heard someone come in here and be like, hey man, I feel you're pushing your views on me, I would probably take a step back. I know I would definitely apologize. Just for making them feel that way, even if it was not my intentions. All born sinners and very much fall short from the glory of God. That the facts. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody ever tell me that they feel I push my views on them. Even in the real world, I don't recall anybody telling me that. In fact, in the real world, the only people who know like I'm real strong about Christianity are friends. When I meet a random person, they don't have a clue. They don't think that I'm, they don't look at me as, that I'm a Satanist or anything like that. They can probably assume, yeah, this guy's a Christian guy, but I don't talk about it. But I do have a cross on my arm, and the reason why I put the cross on my arm is so it strikes conversations, because it's very detail driven, and so it strikes conversations, and it gives me a reason to talk about Christianity. And you're like, haha, you little trickster. Yeah. Hey, but Jacob's name was also known as, the deceiver. It's another thing. So maybe maybe a little bit of Jacob rubbed off on me. Just came in to say hi, bedtime for me. Have a blessed and wonderful night, Samble. Good to see you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'll eat anything they want you to eat. Bugs, you can stay alive if starving. Hey, that's a fact. I have eaten a moth before. Y'all probably like, wait, a moth? Yeah, a moth. And let me tell you, they taste like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Nighty night up to you. Have a blessed and wonderful night. Thinking about how you eat a nasty pig, but hate peace. You are passionate when you talk about God, but not pushy. I love to hear you talk about God. Appreciate that, Angie. Yeah, I do. I get very passionate. Oh yeah, dead serious. With the moth? Yeah. Yeah, it was when I was a young buck and I was drinking. And the moth came flying by, I snagged it, I ate it. And I was like, holy smokes, that tasted like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. A lot of people thought that, I was straight lying, but the straight truth. I never ate a moth before. Never ate a moth again. But I'll tell you, if I'm ever starving, I will straight eat a moth because I remember it tastes like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Now back in my old day, man, there's a lot of things that I would do. I really do like challenging myself, getting into things, playing chess. Oh man. Yeah, you could dare me to do some things. I used to rock climb too now. Like that, oh man, I'll never forget one time I was free climbing. And what you're supposed to do is only where you get off maybe 5 to 10 feet off the ground. If you're doing any higher than that, you're just being stupid. And so I got off, the ground maybe about 5 feet, and I'm shimmying, to the right, and just, getting my hands into motion of, hey, this is what this rock feels like. And I sat there, and it was, maybe 15 minutes into, shimmying to the right. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get off. And I was about to just jump off and hit the ground. Whatever reason, my mind was like, hey, look below you. And I looked below me, and I had shimmied to the right so much that I came out over a ledge. I wasn't far out past the ledge. I was maybe 5-10 feet past the ledge. But below me was about a good 1,000 feet. And I don't have any rope on. I'm just free climbing. And there's like 3 people down there, and they're like, wow, check him out. Ain't that awesome? I'm like, this ain't awesome. And you don't need to be standing under me because I'm about to, pee all over myself. But yeah, I made it back. So yeah, after that, I learned my lesson of look at where you're just always going. What I haven't done. Never sailed across the world. I do want to go out there and live on the ocean for, some time. I don't know if that'll be a couple of weeks or a month or maybe even longer. But I would like to go live out on the ocean just for some time. I've studied stars. I love studying things. I don't know. Yes, I have done skydiving. I loved it. It's Now what's funny is there was the guy that was an instructor for me. His name was Woody. And I'll never forget me. I would always tell the story, I'm going to tell you now. I had a Woody on my back. It was always comical to me. Yep, done hot air balloons. Done bungee jumping. The first time I did bungee jumping, I was a young buck. And, the way I used to live is if today's the day that I die, I just die. That's it. You decided that you're going to bungee jump. Why are you going to go and jump, and, pee yourself or freak out? Go, if you're doing it, do it. Embrace the moment. Have joy. Let's go. So when I did bungee jumping, I was very young. I turned around backwards and I just held my arms up, like I was being crucified, and just went. It was an amazing feeling. There was truly, no fear. But yeah, when I did skydiving now, what was funny is the guy told me, I did skydiving not too long ago, maybe 7 years ago. When I did it, the Woody on my back sat there and told me, he was like, hey, you got to pick up your feet and then we'll go out to plane. I thought that I truly thought this. I thought that he wanted me to pick up my feet from when I was getting off the bench in the plane. And he took like 3 steps and he was like, dude, no. Put your feet on the ground. Walk, man. Get up to the ledge. And I was like, oh, man. When we were going down, I was trying to tell him, with all the wind going. But yeah, definitely when we got down, I told him, I was like, man, I apologize. I thought you meant from the bench. I was like, wasn't scared going out, man. I was like, you could have not been on my back and I just would have rolled out. And, but yeah, skydiving was fun. I would love to do that by myself, even at my age now. I would love to do it. I do not like, cenotes, caves. I can do them if there's other people around. I will never do a cave by myself. I will never crawl on the ground and go through a cave. Heck no. No. Do not like claustrophobia. Unless you're going to give me a gun to take myself out if I get stuck. My legs cramp up too much. Heck, I go to sleep and my legs cramp up. You expect me to go into a cave and shimmy my way through? No. No, sir. No, ma'am. Not going to do it. Look, and there's spiders and snakes? No. What enjoyment do I have from shimmying 5 feet to where I can barely crawl through a cave and I'm getting scratched from every rock at every angle, and then I turn my head over to see a spider looking at me? No. I'm not afraid of spiders. Heck, I pick them up, I throw them outside, I let them go for free. But I'm not going to sit there and want one stare me in the face while I'm being, petrified of claustrophobia. And heaven forbid if I heard a strange noise in a cage. In a cave. So, put me in the dark, I'm good. Put me where I'm being touched from every angle? Heck no. I seen that movie called The Cave or whatever it is, where those girls go into a cave and there's monsters in there. They exist. But yeah, no. But yeah, I mean, I have gone into caves, but I don't do the whole entire crawling on the ground. No. No. And still, I don't like caves, though. I will straight, if I'm not in a group, I will straight be like, hey, look, you're going to have to give me something because if I get stuck down here, I'm not going, I don't want to survive. You know, I'll take myself out, okay? Especially something coming up behind you. Yeah, from the opening. Yeah. Yeah, so in a cenote, if you don't know what that is, that's where it's a cave with ocean water into it. So that's really, really cool. Down in Playa del Carmen in Mexico. If you want to check out a cenote, that's where I would highly suggest go. Exterret. Man, I can't believe I remember that name. Welcome to ADHD, WDP, of where I remember random things that took place over 15 years ago. But yeah. You're walking in water with your head barely above the water. And you got is it called stagnamites or whatever that are coming from the ceiling? And they're literally right by your head. And that's what you're swimming through, walking through. So, and you would think that claustrophobia would hit me. But I was in a group, so I was all cool. You know, and also I know that for something to survive in a cave, in the water, it isn't impossible. I mean, there is blind fish and things like that, but there's not like going to be a snake in the water. I know that one. The snake's going to be, fairly close to the entrance. It is the stout, whatever. Thank you, Cajun. But yeah. Let's see. What else have I done? Did scuba diving. Scuba diving took me a little while. What I had to do to understand how to breathe underwater is I went into the water where it was only like, I don't know, 2 feet deep. And I laid down and I stayed there for at least 10 minutes. My wife, she was over there learning stuff, getting weighted, corrected, and things like that. And I just went and laid in that spot. I learned to breathe, and then I was like, okay, this is how it goes. I used the heck out of my oxygen tank, though. Doing that. Even while I was swimming, I was using my oxygen tank. Maybe after a few times, I would actually start to breathe right. But, hey, I did it. I'd love to do it again. So, now I don't like holding my breath underwater. I do it for a short time. I will swim really fast. By the way, my sleep schedule tells me that the animal I relate to is a dolphin. Interesting, because dolphins don't sleep long. They sleep for short times and they have a lot of naps throughout the days. So, it tells me I'm a dolphin. You're not alone, WDP. Seems like when we get older, we get memories triggered by certain subjects. It's awesome remembering the good old days. Agree, brother. Top 10 dumb things we've done is a good That is a good one. I don't know. Stalagmites, whatever, I said the word right earlier, are down. With M like mountain, grow from the ground up. Huh. Oh, it's... Okay. C. Okay, now I see. Okay. Try a clap machine. Or CPAP. Oh, for breathing? Yeah, I don't like stuff on my face either. You just made me remember the part of Ace Ventura where Ace was in the fish tank. Man, I like good old Ace Ventura. That was one of my favorite movies as a kid. Oh man. Yeah, I have terrible claustrophobia. I feel I have terrible claustrophobia as well. Do you talk to the dolphin? I would definitely try to talk to a dolphin. I talk to cats, I talk to dogs, I'll talk to a freaking bird. Heck, I try and talk to the fish, but they don't listen. They don't understand. Bite the hook. I will release you. They no. My jungle friends, let's go. I'm giving her all I got, Captain. Pressuring your ears on the way down. Yes, that definitely helps as well. Dr. Doolittle, that was a good one too. Latest on Israel. There really wasn't anything that was new. We just checked it out a little bit ago. Let me see. You had where Kirby came out. Kirby said, man, I totally forget. A Shivers, are you still in here? Because I told you I was going to tell you what the Epstein thing was about. Totally forgot. But anyhow, so if she comes in here, I'm gonna definitely talk about it. But Kirby came out and said that, hey, we're still, our presence is still known in Israel. So, and that was due to a lot of people trying to act like we were backing out over there. United Kingdom, they're still saying the same thing that they've been saying for the months. They've been talking about humanitarian. They flipped the script. Iran is still saying Iran things. Not unheard of. What was this? Cyprus will operate, may become deportation ships. They talked about, taking people out, that there was a hostage situation. Briefing with reporters that Qatar hasn't told Israel anything about the suspension of the negotiations on the hostage deal. It is an optimistic sign, the Israel official said. But yeah, that's it. I knew that there would be a day that the Israel stuff would come to not so much news. So let's see if there's any live feeds going on. Yeah, there is, but there's nothing. Nothing on the screen. Hey, buddy. Hold on, let me let him in.
Hey, princess.
Let's see. Oh, you missed the Epstein thing. So, Andrews was talked about a lot into it. Stuff with the puppet. it's kind of the thing is a lot of things that was leaked to or not leaked that was disclosed today was stuff that everybody knew. They just couldn't prove it. So there's that. Bill Clinton's name was used a lot. Did it say that Bill Clinton did anything bad? Not anything, sexually, but there was a witness who said that they were told that Clinton liked young girls. So that's the worst thing about Clinton. There's some names that that you see. It's like but it's not not what I was hoping it was going to be. A lot of people were asking, Oprah, Cruz, Hanks, all these other names. Nothing was about them. Leonardo DiCaprio's name was brought up, but again, there was, no, I didn't do anything with him. So, I'm sure that the documents will eventually get to that point, but what I'm thinking, this is me thinking, I think it's going to be like the third time, so it'll be like 2 months later that type of interesting stuff is going to come out, and people just ain't going to care. That's how I feel this is going to happen. Is that it's going to be a few months from now, eventually out of these divulging of releasing documents, and people are going to be like, yeah, I just don't care anymore. So you could hear, some big time celebrity and be like, yeah, whatever. I'm on to, the next bingo card. Good night, tribes. Have a blessed one. Thanks for being in, brother. Yeah, so the thing with Stephen Hawking was talking about an orgy thing. I think there'll be more to that story because they mentioned about videos for Clinton, Hawkins, and other people, I think. So whoever those videos of them being in there, I think it'll be stuff that's going to be, more discussed later. So, this website's fun stuff. They just made me throw up a little amount. Yep, that's exactly right. So that's the gist on the Epstein stuff. The rest of it we knew. So that's how all the big crap that some are getting away with are just swept under the rug. That's exactly right. They put it off over and over again. Eventually people don't care about it anymore. I mean, they do it with our elections. Like, who, after you hear that they got to do a recount, after like an hour of hearing that they had to do a recount, you're just like, whatever, I don't care. They're going to do what they want to do. The thing that I'm gonna speak on a sidestep. A lot of people want, the sickos put in jail, and I agree. But one thing I don't hear anybody ever really talk about is the help, the therapy that these girls need. Like, I'm sure they are getting help. But I don't know. I kind of wish that for me, I wish I heard more about stuff like that, of how they're doing better, how they're getting help. I hate it that all we're worried about is who's on this list and when are they going to be locked up. Instead of, I don't like it that I'm not sitting there going, let me scream from the top and say, that these girls needs help. I hope they're getting help. We're talking about the scientist in the wheelchair Hawking. Yeah. Stephen Hawking's. Yeah, and that's sad, Sandra. Very possible. They may not be getting help. And I hate that. I believe they get restitution. I don't know. This is kind of a reason I never do true crimes. Because I'm not savvy at understanding how laws work. And I'm also afraid that I would sit there and say something and it turns into, yep, I slandered someone's name wrong or I missaid something. Yeah, I feel that I feel that way as well, Angie. And for those who don't know, she said, lots don't think about victims, no matter their age. Yeah. So Tango said, I feel like, yes, they deserve to be put behind bars, but those victims need help they could get, and that should be paid from these folks. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Should be paid 10 times over. Yeah, there may be nothing more about Hawking's. So,
What are you doing, lady? You trying to get me off? You want me to go to bed? Yeah. You want to come on and do your ASMR stuff? Is that what you want to do?
that stuff affects the victims for a lifetime. Yep. If you get therapy, it helps a lot. It really does. So if there is anybody who ends up listening to this and something happened to you, doesn't matter how long ago it was. If it was an hour ago, week, months, years, several years, if something happened to you, just go talk to a therapist. Even if you're like, hey, look, it's something I locked away in the closet. I've been doing fine. I feel fine. It's still completely okay to go talk to a therapist just to make sure that you're completely fine. They're not there to sit there and tell you that you are not fine. You figure it out for yourself with talking to them, of being like, hey, yeah, well, let me go ahead and get this out. Let me see of how it's affecting me and things like that. So I can't stress that enough. So without therapy for myself, for my wife, I can't imagine what it would be without therapy. Yeah, correct. It's not your fault. And the other thing is realizing that you're a victim. Now, when I first started talking about it, I would call it the incident. Then I was, told, well, you need to call it for what it is. And it was like, okay, fine, I'll call it rape. Now, I respectfully, when I talk about it, I say the incident. Why? Who like, rape is, kind of a word that I just don't like using. It's like, cursing, I don't like throwing out the F word to y'all, but guess what? Sometimes it comes flying out. Um, so, but anyhow, I tried just to hold myself as a respectful way. But if someone said, "Hey, your wife got raped," yes, you know, like if it was someone that was a good friend that said, "Hey, tell me what happened to your wife," she got raped. Like, I have no problem saying it, but like when I'm talking to y'all, I'll call it the incident. You know. Yeah, it's a hard word. I compare it to, saying the F word or the S word and things like that. Tango, um, look into your health insurance. Just give it a shot. Look into your health insurance. So I've got two of them. One is Raven. She gets her name from Teen Titans. Raven was someone I always liked because one of her powers is being an empath. So yeah, she's the black one. She's the one that's in the pictures. That's Raven. Now Azrael, he's my other black cat. He was the one who was found in the sewers. I actually heard him crying while I was watching TV. I've got an ear for hearing animals. But anyhow, so yeah, Smurfs, let's go. There's another thing I'll tell you in a second about another, my other cat's name that passed away. But so Azrael, he got his name because I love angels' names. I just love them. Even though I know that they're translated to English. But I love angels' names. And so Azrael is the angel of death, the right hand, the right hand of, God, So, when there was, hey, put, the blood across the doors, when there was that, there was, if you didn't do it, then your firstborn died by Azrael. That's who came in. So, now, my other cat's name, and what I get a giggle about is only if you mention Smurfs. My other cat's name was Lucifer. Now, his name was that because his birth date was 06/06/05. So 1 year old, he turned 6. At 1 year old, it was 06/06/06. So, yeah, I was going to call him Lucifer. Also, I use it as I got a cross on my arm because it's a talking point. So I named him Lucifer so people could sit there and be like, wait a second. I've always got the vibe that you're Christian. Why's your cat Lucifer? And bam, it gives me a talking point to go into Christianity. Your cousin's birthday is 06/06/96. Oh, man. And you have the name Jersey Devil. Ooh, I forgot about that. Yeah, so that is correct. The app. BetterHelp. Yeah. There's other things. I totally forgot about that. Thank you so much, Jersey Devil, for bringing that up. I know there's another thing too of where there's just random people that you go on and you just talk to one another. So, so that's pretty cool. And that's another thing, Angie, is I've started reaching that with my therapist to where I view it a little bit or I'll say a lot of it. A lot of it, I sit there and I'm like, this is, someone that I'm paying that I could just sit here and grab a random friend and talk to. And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but my mind is very, very smart. And so, for instance, I'll talk and then I figure stuff out on my own before she can tell me what to think. And so, for instance, today I'm sitting there and I'm telling her, I was like, hey, I've developed anxiety really, really bad. Like I was putting together a desk the other day and it crushed me. Just anxiety, not mad that I was messing up, nothing like that, because I wasn't messing up. Just random anxiety sent me into, this anxiety. Wasn't a panic attack, because a panic attack means that you're aware of what's triggering you. Anxiety means that it comes out of nowhere. So I was telling her about it, and I said, you know what? My mind is sitting here telling me that maybe I need to set up little goals so I feel like I'm getting accomplished at things, because I haven't been doing something work related. Sure, I talk to y'all and I'm completely fine, but that is one thing that I know that people should be doing. So for instance, a lot of y'all just made a year-end goal on January 1st. A lot of y'all said, you know what, I'm going to go to the gym. And I'm going to lose 20 pounds by the end of the year. You made a goal. Hey, I'm gonna read this book by the end of the year. You made a goal. Hey, I'm going to learn a new language by the end of the year. You made a goal. But you made a year goal. What you should be doing is making short goals. You should be making steps to those goals so that you feel like you are making a accomplishment. So if you're saying, hey, you know what, I want to lose 20 pounds by the end of the year, but next week I'm going to set up to where I find a gym that I like. That's your goal all week long. Something really short, really simple, Sure, you probably walk to your mailbox every day, but you tell yourself, hey, I'm going to make a goal to walk to my mailbox. Put it into your mind that you are making a goal of something, even if it's something that you can do really good at. That way, that at the end of the month, you're sitting there going, I made 4 goals. I did there's 4 goals. That's awesome. And you may find yourself all the way at the end of the line. Here you are, 10 months in. You've lost a whopping 10 pounds out of that 20 pounds. And you just find out you can't lose anymore. You find out that something happened in your life. Something came up. But you're sitting here going to tell yourself at the end of the year, you know what? I didn't make the 20 pounds. I did not make the 20 pounds. However, I did complete 10 of the 12 steps. Or 90 of 100 steps. I've completed those. You feel like you're accomplished. Because when you make these year-end goals without the baby steps, as Cajun said, when you do long goals with no short goals, you set yourself up for depression and a horrible feeling. And I've been there. I have been there. I'll sit there and say, you know what? I'm gonna get a career into I'm going to get a career within 2 years. I'm going to go work into the computer industry. And that was my goal. I went to school. I focused on school. I completed school. But guess what? It wasn't a goal. It wasn't a goal to me. I went and did my certificates. I passed them. But guess what? It wasn't a goal to me. And then I went in and applied for jobs. One of them was going to hire me, but they were far away. There was nothing close. What happened? I was discouraged that I couldn't find a computer job close to me. What happened? I felt that I didn't complete my goal. What happened? I felt that I wasted money. I didn't think one stinking time, and it's still, I don't think like that. I don't think one stinking time of, hey, you made a goal to find a school. I didn't think like that. I didn't think about all the accomplishments I made. So what happened? Depression kicked my butt. Depression ate at my mind. Depression hit me for years. Sitting there going, you're a failure. You made a dumb mistake. Another thing, big goal I made. Hey, you know what? I'm getting this, I'm going to get this cheap Cherokee. Because I want to go rock climbing. And this is the car. 3 months went by, changed it. 3 more months went by, changed it. Goes by, got a Wrangler. Finally found the one that I want. Now I'm sitting here going, you know what? I don't even like rock climbing all that much. You know what my mind is telling me? I make piss poor, horrible decisions. It doesn't matter that I made little things, little goals, because I didn't actually make the goals. I just thought about the big long-term goal. So, point to all of this. Make you baby steps. Because I fear that you may become someone like me with sitting there saying, I'm going to beat myself up if I don't get this big goal. If I don't feel any accomplishments of goals. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope that you are tough enough and strong enough to where you can overcome if you failed your big goal. But just to be on the safe side, make yourself some small goals so you feel like you have become accomplished. So you can be proud of yourself. So yeah. And that's a great point, Rusk. We are definitely our own worst critic. So, anyhow, I said all that to go into my therapy session today. Long and winded. Welcome to the Southern Talk of WDP, where I take 20 minutes to explain one thing. But anyhow, what takes place? I'm telling my therapist, hey, I'm freaking out about, or I'm not freaking out, I'm having anxiety with putting this freaking computer desk together. And nothing of scare, nothing of failure, nothing of that. No clue why I have anxiety. So I know it's anxiety, it's not a panic attack. So what I sat there, before she could even tell me, I sat there and I said, you know what? I'm going to start doing smaller things to where, I feel that I'm making goals and build up to doing stuff that is that 2 hours long. So what am I going to start? I'm going to sit there and do something, of like, I know chess. Haven't played it for 15 years, but guess what? I'm going to go relearn chess. Make sure that I understand the moves right. Go and play with some people. Each one of those is going to be a goal for me. So the goal is going to be relearn chess. That's not going to be hard for me. It's going to be, pick up a Rubik's Cube. Put it, like in an easy, 5-move situation. See if I can figure it out without moving it. If I can figure out how it needs to go. Something very simple. Make myself have little goals. Then once I see that I'm making a lot of little goals, push myself a little bit more. So, hey, WDP, here you are. You've set yourself, a short, really easy goal. You did it. Congratulations. Now, it took you a minute to do that. Now you're going to, set up to, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Goal after goal after goal. Yeah, so there's not a lot of parks around here. Not any good ones. Some people don't have a choice about having a big goal. My goals are just washing the dishes for the day and washing out. Yeah. And Rusk replied back to that saying, I totally understand. I'm having mobility issues due to a broken back, even if little goals are a struggle right now. Wow. Hate to hear that, and I hope that, you improve. I'm sure you're into, physical therapy. If you're not, definitely check out a physical therapist. They helped me a lot. I didn't think I was going to recover from my shoulder. They helped me a lot with that. In rehab for sure, yeah. So you got surgery coming up. Okay, I got you. Goodness gracious, is it really 1:30? Lady, move it. Let's see, what are y'all saying? You got fibro. It took me 2 years to get around taking things day by day. Yeah. There was something I was hearing about. I can't remember who it is, but it's it's a certain type of person that they generally, or not generally, but they're the one however you say the word, that there's people that generally have this other thing in common. Man, I can't remember what it was. Patience is a virtue, and that's, one way that I learned patience when I was younger is I used to when I wanted to learn patience. Come on, dude, are you seriously doing this now? It's 1:30 in the morning. Go tell him, Raven. But anyhow, I drove the speed limit. I made the goal. So yeah, fiber ain't no joke. Yeah. But yeah, I drove the speed limit. Man, that taught me patience. Maybe I need to do it again. Because you're going to tick some people off. You're going to sit there and be like, dude, why? Why is this 25 miles per hour? You know, why am I on the interstate and it's 55 and I'm on the freaking interstate? You know, you'll learn some patience. Hold on a second. Thank you. We'll bring it here. Thank you, mister. Yeah, great job. You did a wonderful job. You did. Yeah, so wonderful. Very good boy. I'm not sure if y'all can hear him purring or not. It's Azriel ASMR. Such a good boy. My cat also purrs like a 302 black engine. You know, I got this little kitten outside. Goodness gracious. It's like that. What's up? A Shivers. Thanks for saying. Tell him I said howdy howdy. A Shivers, I can answer your question. Sorry, I totally forgot. But yeah, if you want me to tell you what that was about, I can definitely tell you. I can tell you the spiciness of it. My doctor told me people with trauma are more likely to develop fibro. Interesting. We tell ourselves the biggest lies and believe them. Then it's hard to realize the truth that you're not those things you tell yourself. Yeah, true. I'll say this, A Shivers, is that it's not as big as what we thought it was. It does have, Andrews in it. There is stuff that deals with a puppet. That's kind of sick. There is Clinton's in it. It's not like he did something. It's not like, a confession of like, hey, he did this. It's more so of what they said. That I think it was what Jeffrey said about him was that, liked Young. I'll say it that way. And then the other one was Trump. They asked Trump, did he, or not, they didn't ask him. They asked one of the girls, did Trump do anything with you? No. Was there a massage? No. And the other two times that Trump was mentioned was the going to his casino. So Trump's totally clean. so far. There's other documents that are gonna be released, but this, everybody kind of knew this list. So, and it's not exactly a list. It's more so what was talked about in the trials. Random question. Michelle, do you know a person by the name of Julio with fibro? Victoria, Australia. Let's go. With fibro, you need mentally strong. I never knew that. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I know the scratch of the surface of it. You know, that it deals with nerves. I don't know if it's even treatable, or if it's one of those things that just helps to where you tolerate the pain. I feel like it was a lot of hype for not much. Yeah. So in 3 weeks they'll release more documents. So this was the first wave. No, not that, Michelle. Manage the signs and symptoms. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wish that there was a channel that people could talk about that. I'm sure maybe YouTube does have some people that have, fibro, and there is, a group of people who can talk. I always hate it for I'll sit there and say I've got anxiety or I've got ADHD. And I talk about things that help me, or I want to listen to other people about things that help them. And getting shut down, it's like, come on. Could we be getting, hurtful advice? Sure. Can we also be getting hurtful advice from the media? Yes. Are you shutting them down? No, but you're going to shut down someone who actually is wanting to help me. I think the real dirt is yet to come. I think so. I could see that Sandra, that's kind of what I was saying a little while ago, is that in 3 months they'll release one of the documents and there's going to be something of a bombshell in there. And it's going to be a where people just don't care anymore. So we're all going to be sitting there going, or not all of us, but some of us in this chat and on other places, we're going to be sitting there saying, oh my gosh, this person, da 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 da. And a lot of people are going to be like, and? Because they already moved on. I mean, come on. We moved on from the Ohio train story within 2 weeks. Everything after that, this type of stories that have been coming out, it's getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. To now it's, for instance, the Roosevelt Island in New York, that didn't even make a day. No, remember that house that blew up in New York? That made a day. It's getting worse and worse and worse. What y'all kids saying? Muscle spasms. I didn't know it was muscle spasms. That sucks. Tenderness and body aches. That one's what I'm familiar with. It's fatigue and nerve pain. I didn't know it was fatigue too. That sucks. Can be miserable at times. Yeah, I knew that one. Yeah, so this is correct. This was pretty much one witness and then her lawsuit against Maxwell for slander. Nah, they'll release another one in 20 days from now. So I was just giving 3 months as an example to say, after they release, 4 more. I saw my first medication ad yesterday. I blocked it from seeing. Crazy. Not treatable. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was treatable. So, how many people we got in here now? Is it like 60? $61. Let's go. I don't know why they didn't want to release it all at once. That doesn't make much sense. Oh no, dropped to 57? 4 people was like, oh no, he's getting there. He's about to leave y'all. I gotta put my chihuahua to bed. I enjoyed everyone. Thank you so much, Miss Rusk. Good to see you in here. Won't be long and I'll be right behind you. So. But yeah. I do appreciate everyone coming in. I cannot see how many people liked the video. Let's see if there's anything cool that I can say. I can thank everybody for all the comments. There was 2.6 thousand people. That have tuned in. That's crazy. Or no, 2.6 thousand subscribers. Huh. I lied. I don't know how many people were watching this one. Howdy, Wes. Good to see you, buddy. Only 5:50 p.m. here in Australia. Let's go. It's agonizing and doctors don't prescribe pain meds. I hate that. Good old little Shivers. Good to see you, buddy. Taking over the dad's account. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it is good to see you, buddy. Yeah, that I need to go to bed, which I believe I am going to do. Yeah, I need to. So, I will probably be doing, anytime breaking news happens, I'm probably going to go live. So, that'll be, tomorrow. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Good old blackjack. Stop yawning. My apologies. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Abe. My bad. So are more people coming over from? Yeah, so they came over here for a couple minutes, um, and then it kicked them. It's something with the um, with my internet that did that. Once it stopped doing that, it was all good. So. Well, what I'll probably do is I'll probably make a pinned message like I do right now. Because that helps people as like a reminder, like, oh yeah, I gotta click that live once in a while so I'm not lagged behind. Agreed, Sandra. It's always good to see y'all. But yeah, I think I am, or I don't think, I am going to get off. I am going to go to bed. I'm going to grab that pillow, close my eyes, and go to bed. But I do appreciate all of y'all that have been sticking around. I think tonight's been a pretty good night. I didn't even really see anybody in TikTok that was arguing, so yeah. I know everyone over here has been pretty well behaved. So yeah. But yeah, I do greatly appreciate you all. So have a wonderful and blessed night. So, but yeah. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Not sure when, just depends on news. So, but yeah. I appreciate y'all. You all have a wonderful and blessed night. Take care, everybody. God bless. Bye now. Thank you.